Welcome to Sleep Softly, a channel where timeless stories, gentle narration, and quiet atmospheres help you drift into rest. Before we begin tonight's tale, I'd love to know, where are you listening from? Share it in the comments below. It's always wonderful to see our little community stretching across the world. Now it's time to get comfortable. Settle into your bed or favourite chair. Close your eyes, take a slow, deep breath, and let the day melt away. Allow my voice to carry you softly into sleep, to a place where imagination flows and dreams begin. As the chimes of the great clock tower faded into the dense, all-enveloping fog that blanketed the streets of London, two figures emerged, their footsteps echoing softly against the cobblestones. The city, shrouded in its misty cloak, seemed to breathe with a life all its own, whispering secrets to those who dared wander its labyrinthine alleys. Here, dear reader, we find the Artful Dodger, his eyes alight with mischief and confidence. Leading the way through this foggy realm, his young companion, Oliver Twist, following closely behind. "Keep up, Oliver," Dodger called, his voice a playful melody amidst the muffled silence. "These streets have a mind of their own, you see." His words, though light-hearted, carried the weight of experience, for Dodger knew these twisting paths as intimately as one might know the lines of their own hand. He moved with a casual bravado, weaving through the veiled cityscape with the ease of a fish gliding through water. Oliver, his eyes wide with a mixture of trepidation and wonder, did his best to match Dodger's pace. The world around him was a tapestry of blurred outlines and gentle echoes, each corner holding the promise of new discovery and possible peril. "Where are we going?" Oliver asked, his voice soft and filled with curiosity. Dodger turned slightly, a grin playing on his lips. "Ah, now that's the spirit, Oliver," he replied, his tone both teasing and reassuring. "We're heading into the heart of it all, a place where the fog dances and the night sings its own tune." His words were punctuated by the rhythmic tap of his boots against the cobblestones, a steady beat that seemed to guide them through the fog's embrace. The streets, narrow and winding, seemed to coil around them like a serpent, each turn leading to another, more mysterious path. The fog, thick and impenetrable, lent the city an air of both mystery and magic, as if the very buildings were hiding tales untold. Yet, amidst this dreamlike ambience, Dodger moved with purpose, his every step a testament to his familiarity with this urban maze. "Look sharp, Oliver," Dodger said, his voice carrying a note of playful caution. "There are secrets here, secrets that only reveal themselves to those who know where to look." He paused briefly, glancing back at Oliver with a wink. "And you, my dear friend, are in the company of one who knows a thing or two about secrets." Oliver nodded, his heart quickening with both anticipation and a sense of adventure. The fog, though it obscured much, seemed to heighten his senses, each sound and shadow taking on a life of its own. The distant clatter of a horse-drawn carriage, the faint chiming of bells, and the whispers of the city seemed to weave together into a symphony that accompanied their journey. As they moved deeper into the fog's embrace, Dodger began to speak, his voice a gentle guide through this ethereal landscape. "You see, Oliver, London is not just a city of stone and mortar. It's alive, breathing, changing. Every corner, every shadow has a story to tell if you know how to listen." His words were like a candle flickering in the darkness, casting light on the hidden corners of the city and of Oliver's own burgeoning sense of self. Oliver listened intently, his young mind absorbing Dodger's words with the eagerness of a sponge. The city, once daunting and unknowable, began to unfold before him as a place of possibility and intrigue. The fog, rather than a barrier, became a veil to be lifted, revealing the wonders and challenges that lay beneath. "Keep your wits about you, Oliver," Dodger advised, his tone now carrying a note of earnestness. "This city can be a friend or a foe, depending on how you approach it." His words, though spoken lightly, held a deeper truth, one that Oliver sensed even if he could not yet fully comprehend. And so, dear reader, as the two figures continued their journey through the fog-laden streets, we leave them at this juncture, poised on the cusp of discovery. The city, with its myriad secrets and stories, waits to reveal itself to those who dare to explore its depths. As the figures of Dodger and Oliver meandered through the enveloping fog, the city of London unfolded before them like a giant slumbering beast, whose every breath was marked by the distant clatter of horse-drawn carriages and the occasional chiming of church bells, each sound a lingering echo that seemed to dance in the misty air. It was an auditory landscape, dear reader, rich in its tapestry of noise and silence, a symphony composed by the very heart of the city itself. Dodger, ever the raconteur, began to weave tales spun from the very threads of London's cobblestones, his voice animated with the zest of a born storyteller. "Ah, Oliver," he began, his words rolling with the cadence of an actor upon the stage. "These streets, they hold secrets older than you or I could imagine. Why, just last night, if you listen carefully, you might hear the whispers of those who've trod these paths long before us." Oliver, wide-eyed and entranced, hung on Dodger's every word, his young mind enraptured by the vivid imagery being painted before him. "Tell me more, Dodger," he urged, his voice laden with the eagerness of youthful curiosity. "Well," Dodger continued, a mischievous twinkle in his eye, "there's a tale about old Smithfield Market, where once upon a time, they say, the ghosts of traders passed roam amidst the stalls. You see, Oliver, when the market's all shut and the fog rolls in just like tonight, you can almost hear the bartering cries, ghostly echoes of commerce long past." Oliver shivered, not from the cold, but from the thrill of the story. "Do you think they're real, these ghosts?" he inquired, his voice a hushed whisper. Whisper. Dodger chuckled, a sound filled with both warmth and a hint of mockery. "Real enough if you let them be, lad. But that's the charm, isn't it? The city lives and breathes. Each sound you hear is a thread in its grand tapestry. Listen." He paused, holding up a finger as if to catch the very essence of the city's breath. "There, did you hear that? The clop of hooves, the creak of a carriage wheel, all echoes of the past." As they walked, the fog seemed to thicken, wrapping around them like a cloak. Dodger's stories grew more elaborate, each tale more fantastical than the last, until the very air seemed alive with the past. He spoke of secret alleyways where thieves once hid their loot, of haunted taverns where the ghost of a jilted lover still waits for her seafaring betrothed. "Imagine, Oliver," Dodger said, his voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper, "a city alive with history, where every corner has a story, every shadow a secret." Oliver's imagination soared, fueled by Dodger's vivid storytelling, and he began to see the city not just as a labyrinth of streets and buildings, but as a living entity, its heart beating in time with the footsteps of those who walked its paths. The fog acted as a canvas, painting the city in shades of grey and shadow, each sound, now distant, now close, magnified by the mist. A horse's whinny, the soft, soft toll of a distant bell, the muffled laughter from a nearby tavern, all were part of the symphony orchestrated by London itself. As they turned a corner, Dodger's voice softened, taking on a more reflective tone. "You see, Oliver, the city's not just bricks and mortar, but a tapestry of lives and stories, of joys and sorrows, all woven together. It's up to us to listen and to tell these tales, to keep them alive." Oliver nodded, his heart full with the enchantment of Dodger's words. He resolved, there and then, to listen more closely, to look for the stories hidden within the city's folds, just as Dodger had taught him. And thus, dear reader, as the two figures continued their journey through the fog-laden streets, we leave them poised on the cusp of further discovery, with Dodger's tales echoing in Oliver's mind like the distant chimes of a bell, as the two figures, Dodger and Oliver, pressed on through the enveloping fog, their steps hardly making a sound upon the cobblestones. They came upon a market square, ordinarily a bustling centre of commerce, and chatter by day, now transformed into a realm of whispers and shadows. The fog hung thickly in the air, lending an eerie quietude to the place, as if the very atmosphere conspired to hush the usual clamour, making it seem more a theatre for spectres than for men. The stalls, which by daylight would be brimming with wares, and the eager cries of sellers, stood now like silent sentinels, draped in misty shrouds, their forms barely discernible through the gloom. "Ah, Oliver," Dodger began, his voice filled with the warmth of a storyteller about to weave a tale. "You see this market so very, very quiet. Quiet now, but let me tell you, by day it is alive with a life all its own." He gestured broadly, his hands painting pictures in the air, as though conjuring the bustling scenes from the vapours around them. "Over there, Just to the left, he continued, pointing to a vague outline in the mist, is where old Mrs. Tibbs sells her sweets, sticky as anything, and woe betide the child who tries to nick one without paying. She's got eyes like a hawk, she has. Oliver, his imagination fired by Dodger's words, could almost see the stern visage of Mrs. Tibbs, her eyes sharp and watchful beneath her bonnet, her hands ever ready to protect her prize confections from the nimble fingers of wayward urchins. He smiled, a soft chuckle escaping his lips, for he could picture the scene as vividly as if it were happening before him. And there, Dodger continued, shifting slightly and pointing towards another shadowy form, is Mr. Brownlow's pitch. A fine man he is, selling books and papers, always ready with a kind word or a tale of his own. Many a time I've seen him take a lad in need under his wing, sharing stories that transport you to worlds far beyond these foggy streets. The mention of Mr. Brownlow struck a chord in Oliver, for it was men like these, kind-hearted souls amid the harshness of the city, who had offered him glimpses of a life less burdened by the cares of survival. He could imagine Mr. Brownlow now, his spectacles perched precariously on his nose, his hands gesticulating animatedly as he shared stories with a captivated audience. Dodger, sensing Oliver's engagement, pressed on, his voice rising and falling with the rhythm of his tale. And here, right at the heart of it all, is where young Jemmy performs his tricks. You should see him, Oliver, leaping and tumbling like a cat across the stalls. The crowd loves him, they do, tossing coins his way, though not always enough to fill his belly, I fear. Oliver's eyes widened, his mind conjuring the lively image of Jemmy, a boy not much older than himself, defying gravity with his acrobatics, his laughter ringing out amidst the appreciative cheers of onlookers. In the mist, Oliver could almost hear the faint echo of clapping hands and joyous cries, resonating in the spectral silence of the market. And thus, Dodger concluded, his voice softening to a whisper, you see, my dear Oliver, how a place that seems so empty now is but a stage awaiting its players. In the morning, when the fog lifts, it will be teeming with life once more, each character returning to their role, each story resuming its course. Oliver nodded, his heart full of a quiet anticipation, for he sensed that the city, with all its hidden stories and myriad lives, had so much more to teach him. The market, seemingly lifeless under its foggy shroud, had become, through Dodger's tales, a vibrant tapestry of human experience, each thread weaving a narrative rich in character and charm. And as they stood there, listening to the silence that spoke so eloquently of the day to come, Dodger and Oliver shared a moment of understanding, a recognition of the stories that lay hidden within the folds of the fog, waiting to be discovered, waiting to be heard. With a nod, Dodger turned, leading Oliver away from the market square, the fog swirling gently around them as they ventured further into the night, their minds teeming with the vivid life that lay just beyond their reach. As the fog thickened its embrace upon the narrow cobblestoned arteries of the city, Dodger led young Oliver Twist through the labyrinthine alleys, their steps muted by the night's gentle shroud. The air was cool and damp, imbued with the scent of smoke and damp stone, a familiar fragrance to those who roamed the midnight streets. With nimble grace, Dodger navigated the twisting passages, his cap pulled low over his eyes, while Oliver, with a mixture of curiosity and trepidation, followed closely, his senses alert to every whisper of the night. At length, Dodger paused before an unassuming archway, its entrance partially obscured by the swirling fog. Here, he beckoned Oliver to follow, his voice lowered to a conspiratorial murmur. "This way, mate. Quietly now." As they passed beneath the arch, they stepped into a secluded courtyard, a hidden haven nestled amidst the city's sprawling expanse. The courtyard was small, its perimeter lined with time-worn brickwork and shadowed alcoves, each corner a repository of untold stories and secret whispers. In this intimate space the fog danced lazily, weaving sinuous patterns in the air as if enacting a silent ballet for the two boys' benefit. Dodger, with a knowing glance, gestured for Oliver to sit upon a low stone wall, its surface cool and rough beneath their fingers. With an air of practised nonchalance, Dodger leaned closer, his voice a mere thread of sound against the hushed backdrop. "You see, Oliver," he began, "this courtyard here, it's seen a fair bit, it has. Meetings and partings, deals and promises, all sorts." Oliver, his eyes wide with intrigue, leaned forward, eager for the tales that Dodger, the keeper of secrets, was to unravel. The courtyard, in its quietude, seemed to hold its breath, as if awaiting the retelling of its storied past. "They say," Dodger continued, his voice imbued with an almost reverent cadence, "that once a gentleman and a lady met here in the dead of night, sworn lovers they were, kept apart by cruel circumstance. Here they whispered vows beneath the moon's watchful gaze, each word a promise carried on the fog." Dodger's narrative, rich with the cadence of unspoken emotion, painted vivid scenes in Oliver's imagination, each tale a brushstroke upon the canvas of the courtyard. "And there," Dodger gestured to a shadowed alcove, "young lads like us planned their fortunes, dreaming of riches and adventures beyond these city walls." His eyes, sparkling with mischief, met Oliver's, and for a moment the courtyard seemed to shrink, drawing them into a cocoon of shared understanding. Oliver, captivated by Dodger's stories, felt the weight of history settle upon his shoulders. The courtyard transformed into a sacred space where the past and present coalesced. Here, time seemed to pause, the fog a veil that separated this moment from the relentless march of the world beyond. "Do you think," Oliver ventured, his voice soft, "that we'll have stories of our own to tell one day?" Dodger, with a grin that spoke of both wisdom and youthful defiance, replied, "Oh, we've already started, haven't we? Every step we take, every choice we make, they're all part of it." He paused, allowing the significance of his words to sink in, before adding with a touch of levity, "But remember, Oliver, the best stories are those that others never hear." In that quiet courtyard, under the watchful eye of the fog, a bond deepened between the two boys, one forged in the crucible of shared secrets and whispered hopes. The city, with all its grandeur and grime, retreated into the periphery, leaving only the courtyard and its guardians to ponder the mysteries of existence. As the fog swirled once more, casting fleeting shadows upon the walls, Dodger rose, his movements fluid and purposeful. "Come on, Oliver," he urged gently. "There's more night ahead of us, and not all of it is so still." With a nod of acquiescence, Oliver followed Dodger back into the world beyond the courtyard, their footsteps echoing softly, in the enveloping mist. Thus, with the courtyard's whispers still resonating in their minds, they ventured onward, toward the warm glow of a distant tavern, where the promise of camaraderie and comfort awaited. As Oliver Twist and the Artful Dodger made their way through the fog-swathed streets of London, the air grew colder, biting their cheeks and noses with a sharpness that only the night could conjure. They trudged on, their young legs weary, but propelled by the promise of warmth that lay ahead. It was not long before a soft, golden glow began to penetrate the mist, promising a temporary reprieve from the chill. This was the light of a tavern, a beacon amid the shadows, its windows like eyes warmly watching over the street, spilling forth a promise of comfort and closeness. The tavern, a modest establishment with a name long since worn away by time and the elements, stood as a testament to the enduring spirit of Londoners who sought solace and society within its walls. As they approached, the muffled hum of laughter and the merry clinking of glasses greeted them, a symphony of camaraderie that called to the boys like a siren song. Dodger, with the air of one who had traversed these paths many times before, paused just outside the halo of light, his eyes twinkling with the mischief of a natural raconteur. "Now, Oliver," he began, his voice tinged with a theatrical lilt, "this here tavern ain't just any old place. It's a world in itself, with folks as different as night and day." He leaned closer, as if sharing a cherished secret. "Inside, you'll find Mr. Briggs, who claims he once wrestled a bear, though I reckon it was more a case of him wrestling with his courage. Oliver, whose imagination was as fertile as the fields he had once tended in the countryside, listened with a growing warmth in his heart. The thought of such lively company of tales spun around a crackling fire was as inviting as the glow that now bathed their faces. "Is it true, Dodger?" he asked, his voice soft, soft with wonder yet edged with a healthy scepticism born of experience. Dodger chuckled, a sound that seemed to dance in the fog like a sprite. True or not, it don't much matter, does it? It's the telling of the tale that counts. And there's Mrs. Grumbleton, always ready with a pint for a story well told, and young Tomkins, who fancies himself a poet, though his verses are more like riddles to puzzle over. Oliver imagined the scene inside, a room alive with voices and laughter, a tapestry of humanity woven together by the shared warmth of the fire and the fellowship of those gathered. He could almost see the shadows flickering on the walls, hear the stories punctuated by hearty guffaws or sympathetic murmurs. As they stood there, the fog swirling around them like a living creature, Dodger continued his vivid narration. There's many a lesson to be learnt in a place like this. You see, Oliver, the tavern's like a looking-glass, reflecting the very best and worst of what we are. Some come to forget their troubles, others to share in joy, but all leave with a story. Oliver nodded, feeling a sense of anticipation build within him. It must be a wonderful place, Dodger. That it is, Dodger replied, his voice softening with a hint of nostalgia. A place where you can be whoever you want to be, if only for a night. The air between them was filled with a shared understanding, a bond forged in the knowledge of their place in the world and the transient joys it offered. For Oliver, the tavern was more than just a respite from the cold. It was a glimpse into a world he yearned to be a part of, a world where stories were currency and every patron a character in an unfolding drama. With a nod, Dodger finally turned toward the inviting glow. Come on then, let's see which tales are being told tonight. Together they stepped forward, leaving the mist behind as they crossed into the realm of the light and warmth. The door, slightly ajar, creaked in welcome, and with a shared look of determination they entered the tavern, a sanctuary from the cold, a haven for the weary. As the door closed behind them, the world outside faded into obscurity, leaving only the promise of warmth and the allure of stories yet to be told. As Dodger and Oliver stepped into the warm embrace of the tavern, the chill of the outside world was immediately forgotten, replaced by a comforting atmosphere that seemed to envelop them like a thick woolen blanket. The room was alive with the gentle hum of conversation, punctuated by bursts of laughter and the clink of glass upon glass, creating a symphony of sounds that spoke of camaraderie and shared moments. The air was heavy with the aroma of roasted meats and the earthy scent of ale, mingling together to form a bouquet that was both inviting and tantalizing. Dodger, with his characteristic ease, moved through the throng of patrons, his presence acknowledged by a myriad of friendly gestures, a nod from the barkeep, a wave from a nearby table, and a hearty clap on the back from a jolly fellow whose mirthful eyes twinkled in the dim light. It was clear that Dodger was no stranger here. Indeed, he was a figure of some renown, a master of social navigation in this microcosm of society. His familiarity with the patrons was not that of mere acquaintance, but rather a deeper bond, one forged over countless evenings spent in laughter and shared confidences. Oliver, still somewhat apprehensive, followed closely, his eyes wide with wonder at the scene before him. The tavern was a tapestry of humanity, each thread a different story, each face a unique narrative. There was a sense of belonging here, an unspoken understanding that transcended class and circumstance. Oliver felt it seep into his bones, warming him from the inside out, as if the very essence of the place had embraced him as one of its own. "Ah, Dodger, lad, you've brought a new friend, I see," said the barkeep, a robust man with a face weathered by years of hard work and honest toil, yet softened by a perpetual smile that crinkled the corners of his eyes. "Welcome, young sir," he added, turning his gaze to Oliver with a nod that conveyed both welcome and curiosity. "This here is Oliver," Dodger announced with a flourish, his voice carrying the easy confidence of one who knew his place in the world. "He's fresh to these parts, but I dare say he'll make himself at home quick enough." Oliver nodded shyly, a small smile playing on his lips as he took in the friendly faces around him. It was as if the tavern itself had whispered a promise of acceptance and warmth, a promise that Oliver was keen to believe. Dodger led him to a table where a group of regulars sat, each one a character in their own right, each with stories etched into their faces. There was Tom, a wiry man with eyes that sparkled with mischief, and a laugh that seemed to bubble up from his very soul. Sarah, a woman of indeterminate age with a voice like velvet and a heart as large as her smile, and old Joe, whose tales of yesteryear were as endless as they were embellished. "Join us, lad," Tom said, gesturing to an empty chair. "We've plenty of stories to share, and I've a feeling you've got a few of your own." Oliver, encouraged by Dodger's nod, took his seat, feeling a thrill of excitement at the prospect of being part of this circle, this impromptu family of sorts. The conversation flowed easily, like a river weaving through a lush valley, each story a tributary that added to the richness of the whole. As the evening wore on, the bonds between the patrons seemed to tighten, the shared laughter and animated discussions weaving a tapestry of connection that was both profound and enduring. Oliver found himself swept up in the current, his initial apprehension giving way to a sense of joy and belonging that was both unexpected and deeply gratifying. In this haven, this sanctuary from the harshness of the world outside, Oliver discovered a new facet of life, one where the lines of class and circumstance blurred, where the simple act of sharing a story or a laugh could bridge the widest of divides. It was a lesson in humanity, one that Dodger, with his innate social prowess, seemed to impart naturally, effortlessly. As the night deepened and the stories grew bolder, Oliver realised that he was not merely a spectator in this tableau of life, but a participant, an actor in the grand play of human interaction. And as he looked around, at faces both familiar and new, he knew that here, in this humble tavern, he had found a place where he truly belonged. As the evening settled into its habitual rhythm, the tavern, alive with the chatter of patrons and the clinking of tankards, transformed into a sanctuary where time seemed to slow, where the cares of the world were momentarily forgotten. Here, amidst the dimly lit corners and shadowy alcoves where the air was thick with the smell of pipe tobacco and the faint pleasant tang of ale, sat the young Artful Dodger, a figure as keen as a fox and as sprightly as a spring morning, his very presence a beacon of youthful audacity and confidence. Gathered around the hearth, an assemblage of listeners formed, each face alight with anticipation, as Dodger, ever the consummate storyteller, commenced his tale with a flourish that was at once commanding and endearing. His voice, a symphony of charm and bravado, rose and fell like the ebbing tide. It was a voice that could spin the simplest of yarns into the grandest of adventures. "Now, ladies and gents," Dodger began, his eyes twinkling with mischief, "let me tell you of the time I outfoxed old Bumble and his cronies. It was a night much like this one, you see." He paused, allowing the suspense to build, the flickering firelight casting playful shadows upon his animated features. Oliver, seated beside him, his eyes wide with admiration, hung on every word as if each were a precious gem. Here was a boy who, not so long ago, had wandered the cold, unfeeling streets of London, searching for a place to call his own. Now, nestled amongst this motley crew, he found himself not just an observer, but a participant in this vibrant tapestry of life, his heart swelling with a newfound sense of belonging. Dodger continued, weaving tales of daring escapades and near escapes, painting pictures so vivid that one could almost see the bustling streets of London, hear the distant cries of street vendors, and feel the adrenaline of the chase. "And there I was," he exclaimed, "cornered by the beadle himself with naught but my wits to save me. But fortune favours the bold, as they say." His audience erupted in laughter and applause, the room resonating with the shared joy of the moment. The hearth, a glowing sentinel in the midst of the room, radiated warmth that seemed to penetrate more than just the physical chill. It reached into the very souls of those gathered, binding them together in an unspoken camaraderie. It was a cocoon of comfort, where the outside world, with its harsh judgments and cold realities, was but a distant memory. Here, in this humble tavern, a sense of community flourished, uniting young and old, rich and poor, in a celebration of shared stories and laughter. Oliver, his young heart full, gazed at Dodger with an expression that spoke volumes, of admiration, of gratitude, of a friendship that transcended mere words. He realised in that moment that he was part of something larger, something that transcended the sum of its parts, a brotherhood forged in the fires of adversity and kinship. As Dodger concluded his tale with a triumphant flourish, his audience erupted once more into enthusiastic applause, each member of this impromptu congregation deeply appreciative of the escapism provided by the young raconteur. "And so, my friends," Dodger finished with a nod and a wink, "that's how it's done, in the world of the Artful Dodger." With the stories told, and the laughter lingering in the air like a gentle caress, the night began its gradual descent into a quieter, more contemplative mood. The flickering flames of the hearth danced their final dance, casting long shadows that whispered of tales yet untold, of adventures yet to be embarked upon. In this moment of shared contentment, as Oliver's gaze met Dodger's, there was an unspoken understanding, a silent acknowledgement of the bond between them, a bond that had grown stronger with each shared experience, each story told by the fireside. It was an understanding that needed no words, for in the eyes of the young Artful Dodger and the earnest Oliver there was a world of meaning. And thus, as the evening's festivities began to wane, and the tavern settled into a gentle hum, the warmth of the hearth and the camaraderie of newfound friends filled Oliver's heart with a quiet joy, one that promised to linger long after the night had faded into the annals of memory. As the evening drew its luxurious curtain over the bustling tavern, a gentle hush descended, bringing with it a serenity that, one might say, was as rare as a single star shining through the thick London fog. The once boisterous conversations that had filled the air with tales of daring exploits and boisterous laughter now dwindled to a soft murmur, like the gentle cooing of doves settling in their nests. The patrons, who had earlier been animated by the spirit of their libations, now found themselves lulled into a state of placid contentment, their exuberance gradually tapering off to a more subdued camaraderie. In a quiet corner of this venerable establishment, which had borne witness to countless nights of revelry, sat two figures whose presence, though inconspicuous, held the quiet dignity of youthful promise. The Artful Dodger and young Oliver Twist, having partaken of the evening's simple pleasures, found themselves ensconced in a corner where shadows played upon the walls, weaving a tapestry of tranquillity that seemed to cradle them in its embrace. Dodger, with the knowing air of one who has seen much, and yet retained his boyish charm, leaned back against the worn wooden bench, a satisfied smile playing upon his lips. Oliver, whose earnest eyes had earlier sparkled with the wonder of new experiences, now reflected a soft glow of contentment, as if the warmth of the hearth had seeped into his very soul. Together they shared a look that spoke volumes, one that required no words, for it was the silent language of friendship forged amidst the trials and tribulations of their young lives. The barkeep, a man of few words but of generous heart, acknowledged their quietude with a gentle nod, as if to say, "Rest easy, lads, you're safe here." It was a gesture not of mere courtesy, but of a deeper understanding, a recognition that in the vast city outside, fraught with peril and uncertainty, this humble tavern offered a sanctuary, however temporary it might be. As the night deepened, the city beyond the tavern walls continued its ceaseless hum, a distant murmur that bore the stories of countless souls weaving through the tapestry of London life. Yet within the confines of this refuge, time seemed to slow, the moments stretching languidly, allowing the weary to find respite from the relentless march of the world outside. The crackle of the fire provided a comforting symphony, its warmth a tangible presence that wrapped around the two boys like a well-worn cloak. Dodger, ever the protector in his own mischievous way, cast a glance towards Oliver, noting the gentle rise and fall of his chest, the peaceful expression that spoke of dreams untroubled by the harsh realities that so often intruded upon their waking hours. It was a sight that stirred within him a fierce determination to shelter Oliver, to guard his innocence as best as he could in a world that was often less than kind. Oliver in turn found his gaze drawn to Dodger, whose bravado masked a heart that was perhaps more tender than he would ever admit. In that moment Oliver understood that the truest form of wealth lay not in the coins that clinked in pockets, but in the bonds formed between those who dared to look beyond the surface, who saw in each other a mirror of their own hopes and dreams. Thus ensconced in their shared reverie, the two boys drifted gently into the arms of slumber, their minds unburdened by the weight of the world for a few precious hours. The tavern, with its creaky floors and worn tables, stood as a silent guardian, its walls whispering tales of nights long past, of friendships forged in the crucible of shared experience. And so, dear reader, as our young heroes succumbed to the tender embrace of night, one might ponder the simple joys that life, in its infinite complexity, sometimes bestows upon those who least expect it. For in the heart of a city that never truly sleeps, there exists a quietude that speaks to the soul, a reminder that amidst the chaos there is peace to be found in the company of friends. With the tavern now a cocoon of tranquillity, the city outside continued its ceaseless song, a lullaby to those who dared to listen. In the heart of London, where the city's sinews stretch and pulse with the vigour of unending life, there exists a market, a curious congregation of stalls and souls that comes alive as the sun relinquishes its hold to the night. It is here that we find our young companions, the Artful Dodger and Oliver Twist, poised on the threshold of a world both wondrous and bewildering. The market is a tapestry of vibrant colours and cacophonous sounds, a place where the air is suffused with the heady aroma of spices, cinnamon and clove, cardamom and anise, wafting from the stalls like exotic whispers from lands far beyond the grey stones of London. The evening air, cool and crisp, carries with it the lively chatter of merchants, each voice a thread in the rich fabric of this nocturnal bazaar. Dodger, with a twinkle in his eye, and the swagger of one who knows the city like the lines of his palm, leads Oliver through the throng, weaving deftly between the haggling crowds. "Look sharp, my lad," he advises with a gleam of mischief, "for here lies the world, all gathered under the stars." Oliver, wide-eyed with innocent wonder, gazes around him at the spectacle unfolding. The stalls are laden with treasures from distant shores, silken fabrics in hues of peacock and scarlet, trinkets of brass and bronze, their surfaces gleaming in the lantern light, and mysterious artefacts that speak of adventures untold. Each item is a story waiting to be discovered, and the young boy's heart races with the thrill of endless possibilities. Dodger, ever the raconteur, spins tales of these far-off places, his voice a low murmur that dances with the music of the market. "There," he says, pointing to a stall draped in vibrant cloth, "are spices from the Indies, where the air is thick with the scent of the jungle and the sun never sets. And those," he gestures to a collection of intricate carvings, "are from the lands of the pharaohs, where the sands whisper secrets of ancient kings." Oliver listens, spellbound, his imagination soaring on the wings of Dodger's words. The market becomes a microcosm of the world, a place where the boundaries of reality blur, allowing dreams to take flight. Yet amidst this tapestry of sights and sounds, there is a lesson to be learned, a lesson imparted not by the whispering winds or the gleaming stars, but by Dodger himself. With a nod and a wink, he guides Oliver's hand toward a small trinket, a bauble of little worth save for the skill it requires to claim it unnoticed. "Quickly now," Dodger urges, his voice barely a breath above a whisper, light as a feather, swift as the breeze. Oliver, with a mix of trepidation and exhilaration, follows Dodger's lead, his fingers brushing against the cool metal of the trinket. In that moment, he learns the art of sleight of hand, a skill as old as the city itself, taught under the watchful eyes of those who pass by, oblivious to the silent exchange. As they move on, Dodger's lesson imprinted on his mind, Oliver's heart beats with a new understanding of the world and his place within it. The market, with its bustling life and vivid stories, has revealed itself as a stage upon which the drama of life unfolds, each player assuming their role with a unique cadence. And so, dear reader, as we leave this enchanted market behind, let us reflect on the tapestry of life, where each thread, no matter how humble or grand, contributes to the whole. For amidst the market's chaos lies a harmony, a reminder that within the clamour of existence we find moments of connection and understanding. As Dodger and Oliver emerge from the market's embrace, the city unfolds before them once more, a labyrinth of shadows and light. They walk with purpose, their steps echoing the rhythm of the River Thames, whose gentle flow awaits them. There, in the quietude by the water's edge, a more personal story will be shared, a tale of friendship and discovery. The night had unfolded with its typical London charm, a charm that was as much a part of the city's essence as the cobblestones beneath one's feet, or the fog that clung lovingly to the gaslights. As Dodger and Oliver made their way through the city, their departure from the market felt like stepping out from a symphony of discordant notes into a sonata of serene whispers. The city, in its infinite complexity, offered them a moment's solace by the riverside, where the Thames flowed with a gentle, ever-steady current, mirroring the passage of time itself. It was here, in this quiet spot, that Dodger felt the weight of the evening's adventures settle gently upon him. He paused, his gaze fixed on the river's surface, where the moonlight danced like 1,000 silver coins, each one a memory, a moment, a part of the great mosaic of life. Oliver, ever observant, sensed the change in his companion, and he too came to a halt, waiting with youthful patience for what might unfold. "There's something about the river," Dodger began slowly, his voice carrying an unusual softness. "Something that always brings me back to days long past." He paused, as if collecting thoughts that were scattered like autumn leaves across the landscape of his mind. Oliver watched him closely, his own curiosity tempered by an instinctive understanding that this was a moment for listening, not questioning. "You see, Oliver," Dodger continued, "I weren't always the sprightly fellow you see before you. There was a time when life was much less kind and much more cruel." His words hung in the air, heavy with the weight of untold stories. "There was once a family, not unlike any other, but poverty, dreadful poverty, had its claws in us. My father, God rest his soul, did his best, but the city has a way of swallowing the good and leaving only the cunning." Oliver's eyes widened with both empathy and a newfound respect for his companion, seeing, perhaps for the first time, the layers beneath Dodger's carefree exterior. Dodger continued, his voice steady yet tinged with a melancholy that Oliver had not heard before. "When my father passed, it was just my mother and me. But the streets, Oliver, they have a way of hardening a heart and stealing one's innocence. I had to learn quickly, adapt faster, just to survive." The river flowed on, a silent witness to this unfolding revelation, its gentle murmur a measured balm to the harshness of the past being recounted. Oliver, moved by the tale, felt his own heart ache with the realization of the hardships Dodger had faced. Yet, he also understood, in his youthful wisdom, that these experiences had shaped the Dodger he knew, resilient, resourceful, and fiercely independent. Dodger turned to Oliver, a faint smile playing at the corners of his lips, as if to reassure his young friend. "But enough of that, eh? Life's not all misery and woe. There are friendships to be made, adventures to be had." His tone lightened, and Oliver could not help but return the smile, feeling the bond between them grow stronger in the shared silence. And so, beneath the vast canopy of the London night, amidst the whispers of the Thames, a deeper connection was forged between the two, a connection that transcended the spoken word, rooted instead in understanding and shared humanity. As they resumed their walk, the river's song accompanying their steps, Oliver felt a newfound sense of purpose. He realized that his journey in this sprawling metropolis was not just about survival, but about discovering the myriad stories and souls that populated its streets. Dodger had shared but a glimpse of his own tale, but it was enough to remind Oliver of the richness and complexity of the lives intertwined with his own. The city, with its labyrinthine streets and myriad voices, lay before them, waiting to reveal its secrets. But for now, this moment by the river was enough, a moment of reflection, of connection, of quiet resolve. As they moved on, the promise of new adventures beckoned, and the mysterious courtyard awaited them, shrouded in the allure of possibilities yet to be discovered. As the evening shadows lengthened along the cobblestone streets of London, Dodger led Oliver through the intricate maze of alleyways, each turn a testament to the city's ancient heart. The air, laden with the faint aroma of coal smoke and damp earth, whispered tales of yore, encouraging the boys to venture further into the mysterious depths of the city. Dodger, with his characteristic bravado and a knowing grin, guided Oliver with the ease of one who had long made these streets his own. "Keep up, Oliver," Dodger called, his voice buoyant with a hint of mischief. "We're nearly there. Just a little further." Oliver, ever the eager pupil, followed his friend with a mix of trepidation and intrigue. The alleyway narrowed, its high walls hemming them in as if guarding secrets of their own. Oliver's heart quickened, not with fear, but with a thrill of anticipation, for he had learned that with Dodger, every corner turned might reveal a new adventure. Suddenly, the alleyway opened into a hidden courtyard, a secluded haven obscured from the bustling city beyond. Here, lanterns hung from iron sconces, casting a warm, inviting glow that danced across the cobblestones and flickered in the eyes of a small, gathered crowd. The courtyard seemed a portal to another time, untouched by the relentless march of progress. In the centre, an old storyteller sat, his visage etched with the lines of countless tales, and a voice that resonated like the tolling of an ancient bell. He spun stories of London's history, weaving a tapestry of legends that captured the hearts and imaginations of all who listened. "Gather round, my friends," the storyteller began, his voice rich and sonorous. "Tonight, I shall take you on a journey through the very soul of this great city." Oliver, captivated, found a place beside Dodger among the listeners. The storyteller's words painted vivid pictures in his mind, of kings and commoners, of triumphs and tragedies, of a London that was both familiar and fantastical. He, as mesmerised, his eyes wide with wonder as each story unfolded. Dodger, too, was an attentive audience, nodding along appreciatively. He occasionally interjected with his own embellishments, much to Oliver's delight. "Ah, but did you know," Dodger would add, his eyes twinkling, "that the very stones beneath our feet have seen it all? And perhaps, if you listen closely, they might whisper their own secrets." The storyteller paused, a smile playing upon his lips, acknowledging Dodger's contributions with a gracious nod. "Indeed, young Master Dodger," he said, "the stones of London have witnessed more than we shall ever know." The tales continued, each one more enchanting than the last, and as the night deepened, the courtyard seemed to recede from the present, becoming a realm where time held no sway. Oliver felt as though he were part of something grand and eternal, a thread in the great tapestry of the city's history. In this space, the distinctions of class and circumstance faded away. Here, they were all equal, mere souls entranced by the magic of storytelling, united by the shared resonance of human experience. And in this, dear reader, we find a lesson most profound, that in the telling of tales, we discover our common humanity, our shared longing for connection and understanding. As the final story concluded, the audience lingered, reluctant to leave the warmth of the storyteller's words. Dodger stood, stretching his arms above his head, a satisfied sigh escaping his lips. "Well, Oliver," he said, turning to his friend, "what did I tell you? Not such a quiet night after all, eh?" Oliver nodded, his heart full, his mind alive with the echoes of ancient voices. "Thank you, Dodger," he replied softly, his voice tinged with earnest gratitude. "I shall remember this night. Always." And with that, the boys turned to leave the courtyard, the lanterns flickering their farewell. The storyteller watched them go, a knowing smile upon his lips, for he had seen in their eyes the spark of discovery, the promise of adventures yet to come. As Dodger and Oliver made their way back through the alley, the city around them resumed its restless murmur, ready to embrace them in its ceaseless embrace. The night was still young, and the promise of new stories awaited at every turn. As the evening deepened and the fog thickened its embrace upon the cobblestones of London, Dodger and Oliver found themselves drawn, almost by an invisible thread, to the welcoming door of a modest tavern. The establishment stood as a beacon of warmth amidst the chill of the night, its windows glowing with the inviting promise of a roaring fire and jovial company. The boys, with their youthful curiosity and the lingering chill of the streets clinging to their coats, approached with a sense of adventure mixed with trepidation. For the world behind those doors was both familiar and new. Dodger, ever the one to lead with confidence, pushed open the heavy wooden door, allowing a burst of warmth to envelop them both. The contrast was immediate and delightful. The icy grip of the night air was replaced by the coziness of the tavern's interior, where the fire crackled merrily in the hearth, casting flickering shadows upon the faces of the patrons. The room was filled with the hum of conversation, punctuated by hearty laughter and the clinking of mugs and tankards. Here, the cares of the outside world seemed to fade into the background, replaced by the simple pleasures of camaraderie and shared stories. "Look here, Oliver," Dodger whispered with a grin, his eyes dancing with mischief and delight. "This is where the real London lives, eh?" With that, he led the way toward a vacant table near the fire, where the warmth could thaw their chilled bones, and the glow could illuminate their youthful faces. The patrons of the tavern, a motley crew of labourers, tradesmen, and the occasional gentleman of leisure, took notice of the newcomers, nodding in recognition as Dodger exchanged pleasantries and clever quips with those who knew him by sight or reputation. For in this corner of the city, Dodger's charm and wit were as well known as the changing tides of the Thames. "Well, if it ain't the Dodger himself," called a burly man from a corner of the room, his broad face split by a smile as warm as the firelight. "Come to spin us a yarn, have ye?" Maybe so," Dodger replied with a wink, slipping into the easy rhythm of banter that was as natural to him as breathing. "But first, a meal to warm us, if you'd be so kind." The simple meal that followed was a feast to the boys, who had known the gnawing emptiness of hunger more often than not. The fare consisted of hearty bread, thick with butter, and a steaming stew that filled their bellies and lifted their spirits. As they ate, Dodger regaled the room with tales of his escapades, some true, others embellished for effect, but all delivered with a flair that held the audience captive. Oliver, who had grown accustomed to the unpredictable whirl of city life, sat quietly, absorbing the scene before him with wide-eyed wonder. Here, in this snug little corner of the world, he felt, perhaps for the first time, a sense of belonging, a sense of being part of something larger than himself. The laughter, the shared glances, the knowing nods, all spoke of a community bound not by wealth or status, but by the simple human desire for connection and warmth. As Dodger's stories wound their way through tales of daring and narrow escapes, the patrons responded with hearty laughter and knowing winks, their own cares momentarily forgotten in the shared joy of the moment. It was a scene that spoke to the resilience of the human spirit, the ability to find light even in the darkest of places. And so, dear reader, as the night wore on and the fire burned low, Dodger and Oliver found themselves wrapped in the warmth of the tavern's embrace, their spirits lifted by the simple pleasures of food and fellowship. It was a night that would linger in their memories long after the embers had cooled and the patrons had dispersed, a reminder that even amidst the vast indifferent city, moments of genuine connection and kindness could be found. As the boys prepared to leave, Dodger caught Oliver's eye, a glint of wisdom beyond his years in his gaze. "Remember, Oliver," he said softly, "the world ain't always kind, but here we make our own warmth." And with that, they stepped back into the night, the promise of new adventures whispering in the fog. Within the dimly lit confines of the tavern, where the smoky air danced with the flicker of candlelight and the gentle murmur of conversation wove a tapestry of shared stories and fleeting laughter, Dodger and Oliver found themselves seated at a modest wooden table, their simple meal a humble testament to their life on the streets. The warmth of the common folk enveloped them, an embrace that, albeit coarse and unrefined, spoke of a camaraderie forged in shared adversity. Yet, as is often the case in our frequently unjust world, a stark contrast presented itself at a corner table, where opulence held court with an air of indifference to the surrounding simplicity. There, seated with a detached grandeur, was a gentleman of considerable wealth, his presence punctuated by the opulent accoutrements that marked him as a man of significant means. His attire, resplendent with fine fabrics and intricate embroidery, was a silent proclamation of his elevated station, and he was attended by a veritable retinue of servants, each moving with the practised precision of those accustomed to servitude. Dodger, with a keen eye sharpened by the exigencies of survival, observed this display with a mixture of curiosity and a knowing cynicism. It was a scene he had witnessed countless times, yet one that never failed to stir within him a contemplation of the great chasm that divided London society. He nudged Oliver gently, his voice low yet imbued with an earnestness that commanded attention. "Look there, Oliver," he said, gesturing subtly towards the gentleman's table. "See how the other side lives, where wealth wraps itself in finery and privilege sits upon a gilded throne." Oliver's eyes followed Dodger's gaze, widening with a mixture of awe and scepticism as he beheld the spectacle before him. The gentleman, oblivious to the scrutiny of those beyond his immediate sphere, engaged in conversation with his companions, his words inaudible, but his demeanour speaking volumes of entitlement and self-assuredness. The table before him was laden with an array of dishes, each more sumptuous than the last, a feast that stood in stark contrast to the boy's simple repast. "Is it always like this?" Olive asked, his voice tinged with a curiosity that bordered on incredulity. Dodger nodded thoughtfully, his expression softened by a measure of compassion. "In this city, Oliver, there are many worlds, each separated by invisible lines. Some, like us, make do with what we have, while others," he paused, nodding again towards the gentleman, "feast without a thought for the morrow." As the words hung in the air, Oliver continued to observe, his young mind grappling with the complexities of the social tapestry laid bare before him. He saw not only the material disparities, but also the intangible divide, one that extended beyond wealth and poverty to encompass notions of power, privilege, and the inherent dignity of the individual. Yet, in this moment of contemplation, Oliver also discerned a certain hollowness in the gentleman's grandeur, a realization that perhaps the opulence served as a veneer, thin and brittle, masking a deeper emptiness. His scepticism grew, tempered by a burgeoning understanding that wealth, while a powerful force, was not the sole arbiter of one's worth or happiness. Dodger, sensing Oliver's inner turmoil, offered a gentle smile, one that spoke of wisdom acquired through hard-earned experience. "Remember, Oliver," he said softly, his words carrying the weight of truth and the balm of reassurance, "the lines that divide us may be drawn by wealth and power, but true worth is measured by the warmth we find in each other." As the boys sat in quiet reflection, the bustling life of the tavern continued around them, a microcosm of the city itself, where stories of hardship and hope intertwined with laughter and lamentation. The contrast between the warmth of the common folk and the opulence of the gentleman's table served as a poignant reminder of the diverse realities that coexisted within the sprawling metropolis of London. With a final glance towards the gentleman's table, Oliver turned back to Dodger, his expression a blend of understanding and resolve. "I see it now," he said, his voice steady with newfound clarity. "The lines may divide us, but they cannot define us." And with that, the boys returned to their meal, their conversation a gentle hum amidst the tavern's lively chorus, the night still young with promise and the unending dance of life's complexities. The tavern, nestled snugly amidst the winding streets of Victorian London, was a haven of warmth and camaraderie, its air thick with the mingled scents of tobacco smoke and rich, hearty ale. Within its walls a lively assembly of patrons had gathered, drawn together by the promise of fellowship and the simple pleasures of a shared drink. It was here, amidst the ever-present hum of conversation, that Dodger and Oliver found themselves enveloped in the communal embrace of the evening's conviviality. As the night deepened and the shadows lengthened, attention gradually shifted to an old sailor, perched on a bar stool, his weathered visage a testament to years spent at sea. His eyes, though aged, sparkled with the fervour of one who bore tales worth telling, stories that danced at the tip of his tongue, eager to be set free. "Gather round, lads," he beckoned, his voice a gravelly echo of ocean waves crashing against distant shores. "For I've tales to tell, tales of the sea, of adventure and peril." Dodger, ever the astute observer of human nature, nudged Oliver gently, his eyes alight with a mischievous glint. "There, Oliver, is the makings of a grand adventure," he said, his voice a conspiratorial whisper. "Whisper. Stories have a power all their own. They can transport you to far-off lands, teach you lessons no school ever could. Oliver, whose youthful curiosity was piqued by the sailor's invitation, turned his attention fully to the old man. He listened intently, his imagination kindling with each word, as the sailor painted vivid pictures of tempestuous seas, towering waves, and distant exotic lands where the sun set in hues of gold and crimson. The sailor's tales were laden with danger and heroism, of ships battling fierce storms and mariners pitting their wits against the capricious elements. "Ah, but there's nothing quite like the sea," the sailor mused, his tone both wistful and reverent. "She is a cruel mistress, to be sure, yet her beauty is unmatched, her call irresistible." His words wove a tapestry of adventure and intrigue, drawing his audience ever closer, their imaginations setting sail upon the vast ocean of his stories. Oliver, captivated by the sailor's eloquence and the allure of the unknown, found himself lost in the narrative, swept up in the fervour of the moment. He could almost feel the salt-laden breeze upon his face, the deck swaying beneath his feet as he voyaged to lands unseen. The tale spoke to him of courage and endurance, of the indomitable spirit that resided within every sailor who dared to face the sea's wrath. Dodger, observing Oliver's entranced expression, could not help but smile, his heart warmed by the sight of his young companion so enraptured. "See, Oliver," he murmured quietly, "there is more to life than what meets the eye. Stories have a way of revealing truths we might otherwise overlook." His words, though softly spoken, carried the weight of wisdom, a reminder of the lessons hidden within the fabric of narrative. The tavern, with its flickering firelight casting dancing shadows upon the walls, seemed to hold its breath, the patrons united in their shared appreciation of the sailor's gift. Each listener, regardless of station or circumstance, found themselves transported, if only for a moment, beyond the confines of their everyday lives. The power of the tale, as Dodger so rightly noted, was transformative, a vehicle for discovery and reflection. As the sailor continued, his stories ranging from the humorous to the harrowing, the tavern's patrons leaned in, their laughter and gasps punctuating the night air. Even the most hardened of souls found themselves softened by the sailor's recounting of brotherhood and bravery, his tales serving as a mirror to their own hopes and dreams. And so, the evening unfolded, each tale a thread in the rich tapestry of human experience, binding the listeners together in shared wonder. Oliver, his heart and mind alight with newfound knowledge and inspiration, felt the warmth of the tavern's embrace, the camaraderie of its patrons, and the enduring power of a well-told story. The night, though advancing, was far from over, its promise lingering in the air like the soft, soft glow of the hearth. In the warm embrace of the tavern, where the flickering light of the hearth cast playful shadows upon the walls, young Oliver Twist found himself nestled amidst a company of both rough-hewn and gentle souls, each individual woven into the fabric of London's night with their own stories and laughter. The room was filled with a symphony of voices, some boisterous, others soft and contemplative, but all contributing to a tapestry of camaraderie that offered an unexpected solace in the bustling metropolis. Dodger, with his usual flair, guided Oliver through the shifting currents of conversation, introducing him to the regulars with a flourish that belied his streetwise origins. "This here," Dodger proclaimed, his voice carrying an air of mischief and bravado, "is Oliver, a sharp lad, make no mistake." The patrons, a motley assembly of tradesmen, artisans, and those who had seen better days, nodded in acknowledgment, their eyes twinkling with curiosity and an unspoken welcome. "Ah, young Oliver," said a burly man with calloused hands, his voice as rich as the dark ale he cradled, "tell us, what brings you to these parts?" His question was not a mere formality, but a sincere invitation to share in the fellowship of the evening. Oliver, slightly taken aback by the sudden attention, yet buoyed by the warmth of the gathering, replied with a modest smile, "I find myself here by chance, but—" He paused, his voice gaining strength. "I feel as though I have found a new home, even if just for the night." His words were met with a chorus of approving nods, a testament to the universal truth that all souls, no matter how disparate, yearn for connection. As the night unfolded, the tales spun by each member of this transient community revealed a rich tapestry of human experience. There was Mr. Granger, the retired sailor, who regaled the group with stories of tempestuous seas and distant lands, his hands moving animatedly as if to navigate the very waves he described. His eyes, though lined with age, sparkled with the vitality of a man who had lived life to its fullest, his stories a bridge between the mundane and the extraordinary. "Ah, but the sea," he concluded with a wistful sigh. "She's a mistress both fair and fierce, just demanding respect and offering freedom in equal measure." His words lingered in the air, offering a moment of reflection before the next tale began. Seated beside Mr. Granger was Miss Penelope, a seamstress by trade, yet a poet at heart. Her voice, gentle and melodious, spoke of the beauty found in the minutiae of daily life. The sunrise over the Thames, the laughter of children playing in the alleys, the quiet strength found in a well-crafted stitch. Oliver listened intently, captivated by the simplicity and depth of her observations, realizing that even in the most ordinary moments there lay extraordinary beauty. Dodger, never one to be outdone, shared his own tales with a flair for embellishment that had the room roaring with laughter. "And there I was," he declared, gesturing dramatically, "cornered by the fiercest constable in all of London with naught but my wits to save me." The patrons leaned in, eager for the resolution, and Dodger, with a twinkle in his eye, delivered it with a flourish, his words weaving a spell of mirth and adventure. As the laughter subsided, Oliver realized that he was no longer an outsider peering into this world, but a participant in its rich tapestry. The tales shared were not just stories, but threads binding each person to the other, a testament to the shared humanity that transcends circumstance and class. The night deepened, yet the warmth of the tavern remained unfaltering, a beacon of light against the encroaching darkness. Oliver, his heart lightened by the evening's revelations, felt a profound sense of belonging, a kinship with these kindred spirits who, despite their varied paths, were united by the simple act of sharing a moment in time. As the evening's conviviality began to wane, the tavern, that venerable establishment of merriment and mirth, slowly surrendered its vibrant energy to the encroaching stillness of night. The patrons, who had earlier filled the room with laughter and conversation, now took their leave, each departing soul leaving behind a trace of warmth in the air. Oliver Twist and the Artful Dodger, having been embraced by this jovial fraternity, prepared to depart as well, their hearts buoyed by the camaraderie they had found in the most unexpected of places. "Good night, lads," cried a genial voice from the corner, its owner a robust gentleman with cheeks flushed by the evening's cheer. "Phosphs, may the road rise to meet you." "Indeed," added another, a lady of gracious countenance who had been seated by the hearth, her eyes twinkling with the vestiges of a shared jest. "May fortune favour you, wherever you may roam." Dodger, ever the streetwise sage, tipped his cap with a flourish, a gesture imbued with all the gallantry of a young knight. "And to you, good folk," he replied, his voice an amiable melody in the quieting space, "may your dreams be as pleasant as the night has been." Oliver, his innocence unguarded, offered a shy smile, his gratitude unspoken yet palpable in the luminous sincerity of his gaze. The boys stepped out into the cool embrace of the night, the tavern's warm glow lingering behind them like the memory of a cherished friend. Outside, the fog that had earlier enveloped the city in a murky shroud had lifted slightly, revealing cobblestones slick with the evening's dew. The path before them, though still shadowed, was now discernible enough for their youthful eyes and eager feet. The city, that great leviathan of industry and ambition, lay hushed, its usual cacophony softened to a gentle murmur by the lateness of the hour. "Well, Oliver," Dodger began, his voice carrying a note of satisfaction that belied his youthful years, "it's been quite a night, hasn't it?" Oliver nodded, his mind still aglow with the stories and laughter shared within those walls. "Indeed, Dodger," he replied, his voice imbued with a quiet reverence. "I never imagined—" "Well, I never imagined such kindness." Dodger chuckled, his laughter a soft echo in the stillness. "Ah, there's kindness in the strangest places, my friend. It's just a matter of knowing where to look." The two boys walked side by side, their footsteps a rhythmic tattoo upon the cobbled street, a quiet testament to the bond they had forged amidst the city's labyrinthine heart. The night, though cool, was not unkind. The air was crisp, invigorating, a balm for weary souls who had found solace in the simplest of human connections. As they journeyed homeward, the city revealed itself in glimpses, a lamppost casting its golden glow upon the pavement, a distant figure silhouetted against the night sky, the faint rustle of leaves whispering secrets in the breeze. These were the sights and sounds of a metropolis at rest, its usual vigour tempered by the gentle hand of night. "Do you think," Oliver ventured, his voice a tentative thread in the fabric of their conversation, "that we'll see them again? Those people at the tavern." Dodger, ever the pragmatist, shrugged with an air of philosophical acceptance. "Perhaps, Oliver. London's a big place, full of surprises. But who knows? The world has a funny way of bringing folks together." They continued on their way, their spirits light, buoyed by the simple joys of friendship and discovery. As they walked, the path before them seemed to unfurl like a ribbon, guiding them through the heart of the city they called home. It was a journey of both distance and understanding, a pilgrimage of sorts, in which each step brought them closer to the dawn of a new day. As they approached the threshold of their humble abode, Dodger paused, casting a look over his shoulder as if to capture the essence of the night in a single glance. Then, with a nod to Oliver, he pushed open the door, allowing the promise of tomorrow to beckon them inside. And thus, dear reader, we leave them, these two sons of London, on the cusp of dreams yet to be dreamed, their hearts full, their spirits ready to embrace whatever the morrow might bring. The night, dear reader, was one of those rare London evenings where the fog crept, quietly along the cobblestones, shrouding the city in a soft, muted embrace, and casting an ethereal glow upon its ancient facades. As Dodger led young Oliver through the labyrinthine streets, their footsteps echoed softly, a gentle percussion against the backdrop of the city's slumbering heart. It was a night ripe with possibilities, where every shadow seemed to whisper secrets of ages past, and every breeze carried with it the scent of adventure. Dodger, with a knowing glance and a mischievous grin, guided Oliver to a place known only to those who dared to seek it, a secluded courtyard, an oasis hidden within the very bosom of bustling London. With a deft motion, he pushed open a creaking iron gate, its hinges groaning with the weight of long-forgotten tales. As they stepped inside, Oliver's eyes widened in wonder, for the courtyard was transformed by the silvery glow of the moonlight, a secret garden draped in a tapestry of ivy and shadow. "Welcome," Dodger declared with a flourish, "to the enchanted courtyard." Oliver, his curiosity piqued, gazed around this newfound world, where the stones beneath their feet seemed to pulse with a life of their own, and the whispering leaves above spoke of histories long since past. Dodger began to weave his tales, his voice a melodic cadence that rose and fell like the tides, drawing Oliver into a world where knights once rode bravely under the very skies they now stood beneath. "You see, young Oliver," Dodger said, his eyes alight with the fire of imagination, "these very stones were once trod by knights of old, clad in shining armour, their banners fluttering in the breeze as they rode forth to meet their destinies." He paused, allowing the image to settle into the fertile ground of Oliver's mind, before continuing, "And when the moon is full, as it is tonight, some say you can hear their whispers on the wind, the ghosts of the past calling out to those who would listen." Oliver, enraptured, listened intently, his young heart beating in time with the rhythm of Dodger's words. The courtyard seemed to breathe with history, each breath a gentle reminder of the timelessness that connected them to the myriad souls who had passed through before them, their stories etched indelibly into the fabric of the city. Dodger, ever the master storyteller, gestured towards a particularly gnarled, ivy-clad wall. "Legend has it," he said, his voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper, that a treasure lies hidden within these walls, placed there by a knight who swore to return one day, but never did. He paused for effect, allowing the weight of his words to hang in the air like a suspended dream. Perhaps, Oliver, you and I shall be the ones to discover it, eh? The suggestion hung tantalizingly in the air as Oliver, caught between disbelief and the hope that only youth can hold, nodded eagerly. "Do you think it's true?" he asked, his voice barely more than a breath. Dodger, with a smile that spoke of secrets and mischief, shrugged with a flourish. "Who can say? But isn't it grand to imagine?" As the night wore on, the courtyard became a realm of stories, and imagination, its ivy-clad walls echoing with laughter and whispered tales, the moonlight casting long shadows that danced to the rhythm of Dodger's voice. The leaves rustled gently above, as if joining in their reverie, whispering secrets of the past to those who would listen with open hearts. And so, dear reader, the night passed in a tapestry of wonder and curiosity, as these two sons of London, one worldly and wise beyond his years, the other young and filled with the innocence of discovery, shared a moment of timeless enchantment. Their spirits, buoyed by the promise of adventure, stood ready to embrace whatever mysteries the night might still hold. As the first light of dawn began to hint at the edges of the sky, Dodger, with a nod and a knowing glint in his eye, led Oliver from the courtyard, their hearts full of stories yet to be told, their minds ablaze with the possibilities of the morrow. The night, with its heavy shroud of mist, enfolded the city in a soft, spectral embrace, rendering the cobblestones beneath Dodger and Oliver's feet slick and treacherous. Yet, undeterred by the chill that seeped into their very bones, they pressed onwards, their youthful exuberance undiminished by the lateness of the hour or the promise of the morning's light now creeping at the edges of the sky. As they left the courtyard behind, the night air, keen and biting, filled with the distant murmur of the city's restless soul. In an unexpected turn of fortune, as they navigated the labyrinthine streets, they stumbled upon an alleyway, narrow and secluded, where the echoes of laughter and music floated gently upon the mist like ghosts of merriment past. There, a motley assemblage of street performers, their attire a riot of colours contrasted starkly against the grey of the night, had gathered. Their presence was a vivid splash of life amidst the sombre tones of the city, each figure engaged in some delightful pursuit. Jugglers tossed brightly coloured balls with deft precision, while musicians coaxed lively tunes from battered instruments. It was Dodger, with his innate proclivity for mischief and mirth, who first caught the eye of the troupe. With a flourish worthy of the finest stage, he approached them, his cap tipped at a rakish angle, a grin playing upon his lips. "What ho, friends! A merry gathering indeed!" he exclaimed, his voice carrying over the music with a charm that was both disarming and inviting. The performers, quick to spot a kindred spirit, beckoned Dodger with welcoming gestures, their laughter a balm against the night's chill. Oliver, hesitant but curious, lingered at the edge of the scene, his heart a curious mixture of apprehension and longing. The camaraderie of the performers was infectious, a palpable energy that seemed to pulse through the very air. "Come, Oliver," Dodger called, his voice imbued with the warmth of companionship. "Join us, won't you? There's magic in the air tonight." His words, tinged with a gentle teasing, held a promise of wonder that was hard to resist. Despite himself, Oliver felt his feet move of their own accord, drawn into the circle of light and laughter. Here, in this alleyway, the oppressive weight of the city seemed to lift, replaced by a buoyancy of spirit that was as unexpected as it was delightful. The musicians played on, their melodies weaving a tapestry of sound that enveloped all who listened, and the jugglers, their hands moving with the grace of dancers, performed feats that seemed to defy the very laws of nature. Dodger, ever the entertainer, took to the scene with a natural ease, his movements fluid and unrestrained, as if he had been born to such revelry. He mimicked the jugglers, his attempts both earnest and comical, drawing peals of laughter from the gathered throng. Oliver watched, his heart lightening with each note and each laugh, until he found himself clapping along, the rhythm of the night seeping into his very being. "Oh, Oliver," Dodger called, pausing for breath, "there's a place for everyone here, even for those who think they might not belong." His words, spoken with a sincerity that belied his jesting manner, struck a chord deep within Oliver, who for the first time felt the warmth of belonging in this peculiar corner of the world. As the night wore on, the alleyway seemed to transform, the fog swirling about their feet like a living thing, adding an air of mystery to the proceedings. The performers, with their laughter and music, had conjured a haven of joy amidst the dreariness, a sanctuary of light in the shadowed heart of the city. And Oliver, caught up in the moment, could not help but smile, his apprehensions melting away like the morning mist. The scene, with its vibrant tapestry of life and sound, was one of those rare moments where time seemed to stand still, where the burdens of the world were momentarily forgotten, and all that remained was the simple, unadulterated pleasure of being alive. As Dodger and Oliver prepared to leave, the performers waved them off with hearty farewells, their laughter echoing through the mist long after the boys had departed, and so, with hearts full of new-found joy and the promise of adventure still ahead, they continued on their way, ready to embrace whatever mysteries the night might yet hold. As the night deepened, casting its silent spell upon the cobbled streets of London, Dodger and Oliver found themselves meandering along the river bank, the Thames an indolent serpent cloaked in an ethereal fog that danced in ghostly tendrils. The air was thick with a chill that clung to the skin like an aged memory, yet it was not unpleasant. Rather, it enveloped them in a creeping intimacy, as if the city itself had drawn a curtain against the world beyond. The water, dark as polished obsidian, mirrored the scant few stars that pierced the misty veil, creating a tapestry of light and shadow that seemed to whisper secrets only the river could utter. Dodger, ever the raconteur and full of youthful bravado, began to weave tales of the river's hidden life, of whispered meetings and clandestine affairs that had unfurled along its storied banks. "You see, Ollie," Dodger said, his voice a conspiratorial murmur, "this here river's seen more secrets than the Queen's own palace. Oh yes, it's true." He gestured grandly with a flourish of his hand, as if to encompass the whole of the Thames' mysterious expanse. "There's been many a deal struck and promise broken right here where we stand." Oliver listened intently, his wide eyes reflecting the dim light and the sense of wonder that Dodger's stories seemed to invoke. "What sort of secrets?" he asked, his voice barely a whisper. Whisper, as though he feared that speaking too loudly might disturb the spirits of those long-past encounters. "All manner, Ollie," Dodger replied, his grin a mischievous crescent in the gloom. "Why, there was a time, not too long past, when a man couldn't walk these banks without seeing a shadow or hearing a whisper that could change his life forever. There were smugglers and lovers, thieves and dreamers, all wrapped in the river's embrace, hiding from prying eyes. As they strolled, the fog wrapped around them like a shroud, softening the world to a murmur, the river's steady flow a gentle, gentle lullaby. The night had a quality of introspection, encouraging even the most reticent of hearts to ponder the deeper mysteries of existence. Dodger, with a rare note of solemnity, added, "Folks say the river keeps its own counsel, Ollie. It hears all, sees all, and yet it remains silent like a wise old soul." Oliver nodded, his mind drifting with the current of Dodger's words, finding a strange comfort in the notion of the river as a keeper of confidences. It was as if the Thames itself was a companion on their nocturnal wanderings, its murmurings a counterpoint to Dodger's tales, weaving a tapestry of sound that was both measured and mysterious. In the enveloping fog the world seemed smaller, more intimate, a sanctuary where the past could intersect with the present without the cacophony of the bustling city intruding upon their reverie. The boys walked in companionable silence for a time, each lost in thoughts that were both their own and shared, the quietude of the night a balm for their young wandering souls. It was Dodger who broke the silence, his voice a soft echo against the water's edge. "It's a funny thing, Ollie, how the night can make everything feel different, like you're seeing the world with new eyes." His tone was reflective, perhaps touched by the very introspection the night seemed to demand. "Do you think," Oliver began, his voice hesitant, "that the river really remembers all those secrets, that it keeps them safe?" His question was earnest, the innocence of his query mingling with the wisdom of one who had seen more than his fair share of adversity. Dodger chuckled softly, a sound full of warmth and camaraderie. "Maybe it does, Ollie, or maybe it just lets them drift away, like the tide. But either way, it's a comfort to think there's something out there holding on to our stories, ain't it? And so they continued their walk side by side, with the river as their silent witness and the fog as their cloak, the night holding them in its gentle, gentle embrace. As they approached a bend in the river, the silhouette of a solitary lamplighter appeared in the distance, his figure a beacon against the encroaching dark. "Look there, Ollie," Dodger pointed, his voice tinged with anticipation. "Now that's a sight to see." The fog lay thick upon the streets of London that night, a familiar shroud that wrapped the city in its clammy embrace, softening the harsh outlines of the tenements and lending an air of mystery to the cobbled alleys. As Dodger and Oliver made their way down the dimly lit thoroughfare, the silhouette of a solitary figure emerged, stark against the encroaching darkness. It was the lamplighter, that humble but indispensable guardian of the night, whose duty it was to bring light to the shadowed corners of the city. "Look there, Ollie," Dodger pointed, his voice tinged with an almost reverent anticipation. "Now that's a sight to see. The lamplighter doing his rounds." Oliver, ever curious, watched as the lamplighter moved with a practised grace, his pole reaching upwards to ignite each lamp in turn. The flickering flames sprang to life, casting their warm glow upon the fog, each one a small beacon of safety and hope. The light spilled out onto the street, creating a pathway through the mist, as if the very soul of the city was being gently illuminated. "He's like an artist, ain't he?" Dodger continued, a note of admiration in his voice. "With a flick of his wrist, he paints the night with light. See how the shadows dance and retreat?" Oliver nodded, his young face aglow, not just with the light from the lamps, but with a burgeoning appreciation for this unseen work. "It's like he's bringing the stars down to earth," he whispered, a sense of wonder in his words. "Aye, that's it," Dodger agreed. "A solitary guardian he is, making sure folks can find their way home, safe and sound." He paused, his gaze following the lamplighter as he moved steadily down the street, leaving a trail of light in his wake. "Most never give him a thought, you know, but without him, we'd be lost in the dark, wouldn't we?" The two boys stood there, watching in silence as the lamplighter carried out his humble duty, his figure gradually disappearing into the fog, the soft click of his pole against the lamps marking his progress. It was a simple task, perhaps, yet one of profound importance, for it was he who carved out islands of light in a sea of darkness, who transformed the night from something menacing into something familiar and navigable. "Funny, ain't it," Dodger mused, "how the smallest acts can make the biggest difference, how a man with a lamp can turn fear into comfort." He turned to Oliver, his eyes reflecting the flickering light. "We all have our part to play, Ollie, no matter how small it seems. Even the lamplighter, with his quiet, steady work, is a kind of hero. Wouldn't you say?" Oliver nodded again, his thoughts turning inward as he considered Dodger's words. It was true, he realized, that the world was filled with unseen hands, laboring silently to shape the lives of others, to bring light where there was darkness. It was a lesson in humility, in the quiet dignity of work, and it left a lasting impression upon his young heart. As the fog closed in once more, and the lamplighter's figure was swallowed by the night, the two boys resumed their journey, the path ahead now clearly defined by the warm glow of the lamps. The city, veiled in mist, seemed to breathe a little easier, as if comforted by the presence of those twinkling lights, each one a testament to the unseen efforts that kept the darkness at bay. They walked on, their footsteps echoing softly in the quiet night, each step accompanied by the reassuring glow of the lamps, their spirits lifted by the simple beauty of the scene. It was a night of discovery, of new-found appreciation for the small acts that made life in the bustling city not only bearable, but beautiful in its own right. "Come on, Ollie," Dodger said, breaking the contemplative silence. "Let's not keep the night waiting. There's more to see, more to learn." And with that, they continued on their way, the lamps lighting their path, Dodger's tale of the lamplighter adding a layer of appreciation for the unseen hands that shaped the city's nightscape. Dodger and Oliver, arm in arm, shuffled along the cobbled streets of foggy London, their youthful steps echoing softly in the shrouded night. The city's lamps cast a dim, golden glow, illuminating their path with a gentle flicker, as if the very light was hesitant to pierce the cloak of the silent, slumbering metropolis. They had just left behind the tale of the lamplighter, that unsung hero of the night, whose unseen hands shaped the city's countenance after dusk when they approached a grand townhouse, its facade imposing yet serene, standing like a proud sentinel against the encroaching mist. In one of the upper windows a solitary figure stood, a gentleman silhouetted against the soft, warm light that spilled from within. He gazed out into the night with an air of quiet contemplation, as if seeking solace or communion with the world beyond his glassy confines. His presence, though fleeting, was like a silent whisper across the social chasm that separated his life from those of the two young wanderers below. Dodger, with his usual flair for the dramatic, stopped in his tracks, his eyes drawn to the figure as if by some invisible thread of curiosity. "Look there, Ollie," he said, his voice a hushed melody in the night stillness. "See him? That gent at the window. I wager he's dreamin' of lives far from his own, perhaps with a longing heart." Oliver, captivated by the sight, followed Dodger's gaze. "What do you think he dreams of, Dodger?" he asked with youthful wonder, his voice carrying the innocence of one unversed in the complexities of human desires. Dodger tilted his head slightly, a playful grin curling his lips. "Ah, my dear Ollie, who can say? Perhaps he dreams of adventure like us, wandering the streets with naught but the stars to guide him. Or maybe he dreams of love, a sweet yearning for that which he cannot reach, locked away in his grand abode." The gentleman at the window, oblivious to the musings of the two wayfarers below, remained motionless, his gaze fixed upon the distant horizon. Yet, in that brief encounter, a flicker of connection crossed the divide, as if the very air between them vibrated with the unspoken stories that each life held in its grasp. "Ollie," Dodger continued, his voice taking on a tone of reflective wisdom, "ain't it something? Here we are, scrambling through the night, and there he is, standing high and mighty in his tower, yet we're all just part of this grand tapestry, each thread as vital as the next." Oliver nodded, slowly, his young mind absorbing the simplicity and complexity of Dodger's words. "Do you think he ever thinks about us? About lives like ours?" he asked, his voice a mere whisper against the backdrop of the night. Dodger chuckled softly, a sound imbued with both mirth and melancholy. "Who knows, Ollie? Who knows? But perhaps, just perhaps, in that brief moment when our worlds touched, he did." Their reverie was interrupted as the gentleman at the window turned away, his silhouette disappearing into the depths of his home, the light soon extinguished, leaving only the memory of his presence lingering in the minds of the two young adventurers. "Come on," Dodger said, breaking the contemplative silence that had enveloped them. "Let's keep moving. There's a whole world out there waiting to be seen. And who knows what other stories we'll stumble upon tonight." With a shared glance filled with an understanding beyond their years, they continued on their way, the city's nightscape unfolding before them like a grand novel yet to be read. The encounter with the gentleman at the window, though brief, served as a poignant reminder of the myriad lives unfolding in tandem, each with its own mysteries and wonders, each deserving a chapter in the great book of humanity. The city, with its vast array of lives and stories, awaited them with open arms, ready to reveal its secrets to those willing to look beyond the surface. And as Dodger and Oliver ventured forth, the night seemed to whisper promises of discovery and understanding, its gentle breath guiding them deeper into its embrace. As the night deepened and the London streets lay wrapped in a shroud of misty quietude, the air was pierced by the resonant tolling of the city's clocks. Midnight had arrived, that solemn hour when time seems to pause, inviting reflection on the day past and the mysteries yet to unfold. Dodger and Oliver, two figures of contrasting fortune yet shared destiny, ambled through the dim streets, their steps echoing softly against the cobblestones of the ancient city. The sound of the bells cascading in harmonious discord from every corner, St. Paul's, Bow, and the lesser-known yet equally earnest parish towers, filled the air, each chime a deliberate reminder of time's inexorable march. It was as though the very city itself in its vast cobbled sprawl was sighing, acknowledging the passage of yet another day with all its trials and triumphs. "Do you hear it, Oliver?" Dodger asked, his voice touched with a philosophical lilt, as if he were imparting some profound secret of the universe. "The way them bells ring, they ain't just telling the time, no, sir. They're speaking to us, they are." He paused, allowing the solemnity of the moment to settle like the evening mist. "Time," It's a curious thing, always moving, yet sometimes it feels like it stands still, don't it? Oliver, whose young mind was ever eager to absorb the wisdom of those around him, nodded thoughtfully. He had not yet lived enough years to fully grasp the weight of Dodger's musings, yet he sensed the truth in them, a truth that resonated with the quiet, almost sacred atmosphere of the midnight hour. "Yes, Dodger," he replied softly. "Sometimes it does feel like that." Dodger continued, his words now infused with a mix of streetwise pragmatism and unexpected depth. "You see, Oliver, time's like a river. We're all floating along, some of us paddling harder than others, trying to get somewhere. But in the end, the river decides where you go, and all you can do is make the best of the journey. The city, with its labyrinthine alleys and grand thoroughfares, seemed to listen in on their conversation, its ancient stones imbued with the stories of countless souls who had wandered these paths before. The bells tolled on, each peal a gentle nudge to the heart, reminding both the weary and the hopeful of the fleeting nature of each moment, each heartbeat. Oliver, drawn into the contemplation, felt the paradox of the night, how it was both endless and yet slipping away with each passing chime. He thought of the people they had encountered, those whose lives intersected with theirs only briefly, leaving impressions like footprints in the sand. "Do you think," Oliver asked, his voice tinged with youthful curiosity, "that we'll remember this night, Dodger, years from now?" Dodger chuckled softly, a sound that carried both wisdom and a touch of melancholy. "Ah, Oliver, we might, or we might not. But that's the beauty of it, ain't it? We don't know what time'll let us keep." He gestured towards the sky, where stars peeked through the veil of cloud. "But it's nights like these, when the world seems to pause, that you feel alive, you know?" As the last echoes of the bells faded into the silence, replaced by the gentle rustling of leaves and the distant murmur of the Thames, the two companions walked on, their pace unhurried, as if savouring the tranquillity that enveloped them. It was a moment of peace amidst the chaos of their lives, a rare gift in a world that too often rushed heedlessly forward. And so, under the watchful gaze of the moon and stars, Dodger and Oliver continued their journey through the slumbering city, the streets now feeling like old friends guiding them onward. The night, with all its promises of discovery and understanding, held them in its embrace, whispering secrets that only those who dared to listen might hear. The city, in all its grandeur and decay, had not yet revealed all its secrets, nor had it demanded all its dues. Yet for now, in the quiet hours of midnight, it offered a moment of introspection, a chance to ponder the mysteries of time and the paths it laid before each of them. And as they walked, the world seemed to hold its breath, waiting for the dawn that would surely come. As the night began to loosen its tenacious grip upon the city, and the first pale hints of dawn lingered on the horizon like a promise yet to be fulfilled, Dodger and Oliver found themselves traversing the familiar streets of London, those winding thoroughfares that seemed to breathe with a life of their own, pulsing with the memories of countless souls who had trodden their cobbles before them. The air was cool and damp, carrying with it the whispering echoes of the night's adventures, as if the city itself were sharing in the boys' exploits, nodding sagely in approval or tutting gently in disapproval. For the city, dear reader, is very much like an old friend, one who knows your foibles yet cherishes your spirit. Dodger, with the lively confidence of one who has danced often with mischief and come away unscathed, led the way with a swaggering step, his sharp eyes scanning the quiet streets, as though each shadow might conceal an opportunity or an old acquaintance. His tales of the night, spun with the skill of a seasoned raconteur, flowed effortlessly from his lips, painting vivid pictures of their escapades, each story punctuated by a knowing grin or an impish wink. Oliver, though weary from the night's exertions, followed with a heart buoyed by the night's tapestry of wonder and discovery, feeling the peculiar comfort that comes from belonging, for in Dodger's company he had found a kinship that warmed him more than any hearth could. The streets, now hushed and subdued, seemed to welcome them home, their familiarity a balm to the boys' tired feet. The gas lamps standing sentinel-like along the pavements cast a gentle glow, their light pooling in circles upon the ground, as if inviting the weary travellers to pause and rest. Yet onward they walked, drawn towards a destination that promised refuge, and perhaps a moment of respite from the relentless churn of the world outside. As they approached the tavern, its windows glowing invitingly against the encroaching dawn, it stood like a beacon amidst the surrounding gloom, a place where weary souls might find solace, and where tales of the night could be shared over a warm meal and a tankard of ale. The promise of rest and safety beckoned them forward, a siren call that neither could resist. Dodger's step quickened, his tales now infused with the anticipation of the tavern's embrace, while Oliver, though exhausted, felt a renewed vigour in his limbs, spurred on by the prospect of warmth and comfort. The streets, their silence now a gentle companion, seemed to guide them as if by an unseen hand, each turn and corner leading them closer to their destination. Dodger paused for a moment at a familiar crossroad, his eyes narrowing as if considering some weighty matter, before nodding to himself and continuing on, his confidence unshaken. Oliver, observing his friend, marvelled at the ease with which Dodger navigated the city, as if the labyrinthine streets were but an extension of his own being. As they drew nearer to the tavern, its welcoming glow grew ever more pronounced, the soft hum of voices, and the occasional clink of mugs filtering through the night air, a reminder that within those walls lay warmth and companionship, a respite from the trials of the outside world. Dodger, sensing Oliver's weariness, clapped a reassuring hand on his shoulder, his voice filled with a camaraderie that was both comforting and invigorating. "Not far now, mate," he said with a nod, his eyes twinkling with mischief and kindness. "Just a few more steps and we'll be right as rain." Oliver nodded, his own eyes bright with the promise of rest, and together they pressed on, their footsteps echoing softly in the tranquil streets. The world, it seemed, held its breath in anticipation, the dawn's light creeping slowly across the sky, painting the edges of the clouds with a pale gold that promised a new day, a fresh beginning. And so, dear reader, as the boys approached the tavern, their refuge amid the city's labyrinth, they carried with them the night's stories, woven together with threads of adventure and camaraderie, each step bringing them closer to the warmth and light that awaited within. As Dodger and Oliver approached the inviting glow of the tavern, the contrast between the night's chill and the promise of warmth within was as stark as the difference between the bustling heart of London and its shadowy alleys. The heavy wooden door creaked in protest, but yielded eventually, allowing them entry into a world removed from the hardships and uncertainties of the streets. The room was alive with the muted hum of conversation, the clink of mugs, and the soft crackle of a fire that seemed to whisper secrets to all who would listen. The tavern, dear reader, was a haven for many, a sanctuary where stories were exchanged over hearty meals, and where the burdens of the day were momentarily forgotten. Its walls, adorned with the patina of countless tales, seemed to lean in conspiratorially, eager to lend an ear to the night's newest arrivals. As Dodger and Oliver stepped inside, it was as though the very air wrapped around them like a comforting embrace, shielding them from the world's harsher realities. Finding an unoccupied corner, they settled themselves beside the fire, its warmth seeping into their bones, banishing the night's chill that clung stubbornly to their clothes. Dodger, with the practised ease of one accustomed to the art of survival, called for a meal, his voice carrying a certain confidence that belied his youthful appearance. The innkeeper, accustomed to the parade of characters who frequented his establishment, nodded with a knowing smile, and set about fulfilling the order. As they awaited their meal, the fire's gentle glow illuminated the weariness etched upon Oliver's face, a testament to the night's adventures that had woven a bond between the two boys, threading their stories together like fabric in a tapestry. Oliver, his eyes heavy with fatigue, glanced at Dodger, a silent gratitude emanating from his gaze, for in Dodger he had found not just a companion, but a guardian against the night. The meal arrived, steaming and fragrant, a simple yet hearty fare that spoke of the tavern's humble but honest offerings. As they ate, the room around them continued its low murmur, a symphony of human experience that was as timeless as the city itself. The clink of cutlery, the rustle of garments, and the occasional burst of laughter punctuated the air, creating a tableau of camaraderie and respite. Dodger, ever observant, watched Oliver with a mixture of amusement and affection. The young boy's eyelids fluttered with the telltale signs of impending slumber, his head nodding slightly as the meal's warmth spread through him. Each mouthful seemed to weigh heavier than the last, until finally Oliver's head rested gently upon his folded arms, succumbing to the night's call. And so, dear reader, as Oliver drifted into the realm of dreams, Dodger remained vigilant, a steadfast presence amidst the tavern's comforting chaos. He watched over his newfound friend, his gaze softened by a sense of responsibility that belied his years. Here, in this moment, the night's adventures reached their quiet conclusion, a testament to the enduring human spirit that thrives even amidst adversity. The fire crackled softly, the room's warmth a gentle cocoon, and Dodger, feeling the weight of the day's exertions, allowed his own eyes to close. The tavern's embrace was complete, offering solace to those weary travellers who sought its refuge. The night continued its vigil as it always did, watching over the slumbering city and the lives interwoven within its tapestry. And thus, dear reader, we leave our young adventurers safe within the tavern's walls, their journey paused for a brief moment of rest. As the fire's glow dimmed gently, the room settled into a peaceful hush, a fitting end to a day filled with discovery and connection. The city outside may continue its restless dance, but here, within this sanctuary, Dodger and Oliver found a rare and cherished tranquillity. Until the morn shall bring its light and renew their steps upon the cobbled streets, we bid them gentle dreams and peaceful slumber.